That's a weird color. Is that the lighting? Ah, there we go. How you guys doing? Nope. Losing 50, we could fall to like 45 or 40. There's some bot puts to the downside coming in. Um, and then quite a few bot puts out of the money, like 59.80, 6,000, 6,005. So maybe some bearish positioning coming in case Trump says something bad. German chancellor came out and said something about tariffs this morning. Oh, like if Trump imposes tariffs, he should expect retaliatory ones. Happy Monday, Fuzzy. Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Just familiarizing myself with Gamma Strike. Well, if you have questions, I'm here all day. Mostly. Options chain looks bullish. Mm, no, it doesn't. Friend served 7-Eleven pizza at a Super Bowl party. Should I delete his contact from my phone? Is it like he thought it was a good pizza thing, or like is he just really poor? He was proud. Oh yeah, definitely. I would never talk to him again. Delete. What's JPOC going to be grilled about tomorrow? But people have no idea what his job is. Just he's not right. It's gonna be like, oh man, I can't believe the Democrats did this to us. And then the Democrats are gonna be like, oh, I can't believe the Republicans are doing this. And how do you feel about Doge? And he's gonna be like, I don't care. They don't have any oversight over me. And then they're gonna be like, well, how do you feel about fiscal policy? And he's gonna be like, that's not my purview. And then it'll probably end. Isn't it special that NQ and ES are so divergent this morning? There's a bit going on there, but no, not particularly. Probably just means breadth is bad and tech is pumping. Dollar is up quite a bit, so um, that helps tech a lot. Did you close out of straddle calls? I didn't have a straddle. I forgot to set one before I left on Friday. I traded a bit of the pre-market action on futures, but there's no straddle today. Homemade buffalo chicken dip and ice cream from a local creamery. But is that what you brought? Did you dip the 7-Eleven pizza in your buffalo chicken dip? Is buffalo chicken dip a warm dish or a cold thing? I don't live in the Midwest. It's a warm thing? Oh, okay. It's a warm dish, best served cold. Northeast? I don't. Hmm. I've never been served a buffalo chicken dip in the Northeast. And if it's cold, it's cat food. Hmm. My wife uses. My friend's wife uses canned chicken for buffalo chicken dip, as opposed to like roasting and shredding a chicken. Can you taste the difference through all the other shit? I would assume it has like things like blue cheese, and I've never eaten canned chicken. You can taste it. What does canned chicken taste like? You just, I don't know, I kind of just assume it'd be bland and flavorless like regular chicken. It tastes like pork, salty chicken. It tastes like canned tuna. Hmm. Canned tuna is great though. Rubbery, wet, bland chicken. Mmm. Smells like cat food. Imagine fresh ahi tuna versus tuna out of a can. Kind of really very different tuna experiences. Like, I would never turn fresh tuna into a salad. Yeah, it's also usually albacore, not ahi. Why is this pumping? Is it? We're kind of like flat on open. I feel like you guys are using some really extreme terminology to describe something that's relatively bland in terms of price action. Gamma's negative on the chain. So it doesn't look bullish. Yeah. If only you guys knew that right at open. Oh, wait, you could, because Gamma Strike is live ish. Shell? Listen, I didn't shill anything for 4 years, and now I'm only shilling my own thing, so nice big dilly. No way, GS is live-ish? Yeah, well, it's open to the billionaires. We did the soft launch last week. It's still very much in beta, but functionally it's all there. It's just not pretty yet. I love you. I know, Cobra. I mean, This might be the best advertisement ever for Gamma Strike. I think Cobra even made money with it. If AJ makes money with it, I'm shutting it down. So, wait, best advertisement? Yes. No, it's advertisement. Learn where your language came from. Fucking peasants. Excessive lime. Shh. No, you don't have to use the same email address as your YouTube account. You can if you want to, though. Where are you now? In my office? I'll have you know my peasantry has deep roots. Any pigeon whale advantages? We're releasing a new feature maybe later this week that you guys will get first. Just go sign up for at the website. It's like what is it? Boom. It was a light shushing. That's really Jen Jen's job, but she's not here. Imagine being a shill and having to look up the website you're trying to shill. Well, I wanted the hyperlink, not just the website. Do I have access? Did you sign up and pay money? A banner link? Who do you think I am? Also, I'm not sure if YouTube has those. I think that's like a Twitch thing. Hmm. Let's see what's going on here. Still synthetic long at 50, support at 45. Failure at 45 would be a little bit bearish. Bot puts at 60. Bunch of them. Sold calls at 50 and 55. And then, all the way out to like 60, 90, 60, 100. It's not weird that gold's going to 3,000. What is mechanically happening when Delta Flip is spiking? And why does it lead to weakness? Is it only good in this environment when we are under GN? You're seeing positioning move relative to spot price. Otherwise, you need to be a lot more specific. You mean why does gamma flip move up on tests of gamma flip? Because the market maker's head shifts. It leads to weakness because it's a resistance. YouTube totally has things like that. They're at the end of a bunch of videos. I'll, hey, watch this next vid to see XYZ. You can do the same thing end of day. Those are just YouTube links, though. They just link to other YouTube videos. I think that's all you can put in there. And those are specifically only put in at the end of uploaded videos. You can't add those into the end of live streams. So we're gonna bounce 40 to 60 all day. Right now it looks like we're gonna bounce 40 to 50 for a while. 60 is pretty big resistance right now. I guess we can test it, but they'll need to short vol down probably pretty hard. I would say if we move up from here, I don't think the 60 test is that easy. Also, gamma neutral is at 63 on the weekly and 57 on the monthly. So we're still well below both of those. Like we failed the monthly GM at open. All of us pigeonholes are learning new things at GS just about every single day. Listen to the roundtable recordings and you'll see that as well. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want some insight into how to use the platform, I think there's about 6 of the like quant roundtables now uploaded. And you can check all of those out. And then if you have questions that aren't answered in those, you can feel free to stop by Thursday nights and ask your questions. I'm more interested in why Delta Flip ticks up right before spot ticks down. Again, the MM's adjusting their hedge relative to moneyness. It's not telling you the future. That's just confirmation and observational bias. But it's doing something that other services don't do, which is telling you the right now. And that's priceless. I watched all the roundtables yesterday, and now it hurts to blink. I mean, I don't really care what you say, pudding flaps, but I mean, if you're gonna shill it to your friends, at least make sure that they understand that it's very, very much a beta product still, and not a full release yet. But I expect that people will talk about it and probably share screenshots and shit like that. Pinflop wants to shill so hard, edging on a razor. Is there been a local bottom established on Fubo? No, Fubo could drop to like 350 again. Or lower. 3? I think there's still quite a bit of time before earnings. I think they're going to be in like March or something. Gamma exposure. Hence the name. My ex contacted me over the weekend. Did this happen because I upgraded to Pigeon Whale? Yeah, I told her to shoot you a call. We're below monthly and weekly GN currently, yeah. But we're slightly above intraday GN. Gamma flip. I hate the nomenclature there. It's annoying. But it does have to be different. Is gamma flipping positive? On the 0 DTE? A tiny, tiny bit. It's not very positive. Like, it's only at like 1.2 billion. No, JPM's the JPM collar, the big collar is up at like 61, 65. Jimmy moaning. Ooh, Jimmy broke 25.50. That's slightly bullish. It's because Ryan Cohen took a picture with the the con man. What's his name? Sailor wearing Jensen Wang's jacket. How long did Gamma and Delta Flip need to trend down together before it's considered bullish? I mean, Delta and Gamma falling with falling prices means that support is being built at spot, which is causing the 0 point for the market maker's hedge to shift down with price action. Baby Gab. Shorting Tesla was pretty awesome last year. And you know what? Shorting Tesla has been awesome every year since 2022. Does Delta Gamma Flip moving up suggest more likely to fail? It means in the money positions are taking profit. It doesn't necessarily mean things will fail, but it does mean that support is weakening. Would you close out 0 DT puts here if this breaks up? I think if we got above like gamma neutral on the weekly, I probably would. Right now we're just testing monthly GN. But if we get above both, that's pretty bullish. There's resistance to the upside, though. And there's very specifically resistance at 60-60 that we are not over yet. Is cat ready to reverse? It's finding some support on its long-term trend. Possibly. I don't know. Let me look at the positioning on it. Because this could fail. It fell below delta neutral. And then rejected off of delta neutral on Friday. Gamma moves pretty negative to the downside of like 36, 360, 250. And things get like actually bearish under 360. There's a little bit of positive delta at 365 that's kind of holding shit up, but I would say it doesn't really get bullish unless it gets back above 72.50. And right here it's still looks a little bearish. Like realized vol is still rising, falling IV30 and IV10. It doesn't look like anybody's really positioning for a reversal. Like price action between here, like spot and like 380, 250 is kind of choppy. And a drop to 350 is definitely not out of the question. So I would say, yeah, it's still a little bearish. It doesn't look like it's going to reverse just yet. This is the first time cat's been under delta neutral for a sustained period of time since August. Delta on the chain's extremely low. Like total delta adjusted is negative and gamma's negative. So it doesn't look great. I would say more likely to fail. Hey, we broke up a little bit. Delta goes positive at 65, and we're testing weekly GN here. This is still pretty wide. These aren't really narrowing much. So not a lot of bullish positioning coming in on the move up. Delta ramps up a little bit to the upside, but gamma's resistive. Yeah, should be like resistance here. Don't ask me questions, AJ. That was the deal. You said if I released Gamma Strike, you wouldn't ask me questions because you'd be busy. I said if I had GS. Well, if you don't have it, then don't ask me questions about it. And then also, when you get it, don't ask me questions about it. What in the last 4 years of me streaming Marpo would give you the idea that I would tell you where to sell your bear call spread? That's my bear call spread, not yours. Are the docs out yet? I don't know. I know the front end guy was up all night. Um, I'm trying to see if it's. I think it might be on dev, but like not pushed to prod yet. So we gotta bug check it. How bearish are steel and aluminum tariffs? Drives up PPI. Construction gets a lot more expensive. So do core prices. Like durables will go up. You know, the thing that's really hard to bring the price down on. One thing I really miss when you go full screen GS is the live VIX. So we're really going to look at what GS is showing to know if they're heavily selling vol. Yeah, you can look at live IV by strike, which is way better than looking at the VIX. And you can see what strikes IV is moving up or down on relative to where spot is. Right now, there's not a lot going on. I mean, that's one of the reasons we don't really see like the delta or gamma flip moving very much. Like they're not narrowing, they're not really widening. They're kind of just staying neck and neck, spaced about $15 apart. Um, but you know, if you start to see like some of the out of the money strikes dropping, you know, that could be an indication that volatility is being sold there, or out of the money strikes spiking could be an indication that there's, you know, like calls being bought there. You can then also like look at the volume relative to those, right? So like somebody may be buying like the 6105 call here. See how IV is kind of ticking up on it a little bit. Got you some shill material. Oh, why? Because our delta float perfectly acted as resistance and kept hundreds of people from buying 6100 calls. They're looking at it right now. I have it live on my screen. I just don't have the guy. All right, all right, all right, all right. I swear to God, you guys goon harder for fucking Gamma Strength than the actual customers. No, Nuke and Carl are just furiously jerking each other off in our like quant chat about how awesome live data is. Rule number one, if you don't use your own product, it sucks. That's true. I'm a GS customer and I'm still gooning. Does that count? It does. I'm gonna need to screenshot that for the testimonials page. I want to remind everyone again, if you have really nice things to say, make sure to tag me. Nick, I have a really nice thing to say. It's awesome if you don't have a geriatric president who thinks threatening everything with an economy is a strategy. Wait, what? Live data is lit? It is. What is it? You're super awesome, and you've built some very amazing features. Some of those features have a different um, timestamp than other features of a similar variety, which leads to some confusion as to what date they were updated on. I did it. I'm practicing doing the management thing. This is the compliment sandwich. I haven't stopped gooning for 96 hours. My girlfriend is jealous and looking for a new boyfriend. Free alpha for the poorest. There's a head and shoulders forming on Gex. Give a strike at least now lets me know if I'm making a dumb decision buying a put. I used to do that. The yellow Gex line being steep down. Let me pull it up. So it's not really steep down. There's support at 60, but under 60, Gamma does fall off very quickly down to like 60, 50 or 40 even. Um, that means price can very easily move through this range. Like specifically where it's quite steep. Hold on, I gotta move this over here and do this so I can draw on it. That is so far fucking off. Why? Is that better? Yeah, from here to here. So the steepness of that kind of indicates that price can move through there very rapidly. The flatness of this means price is likely to get stuck. Sticky. Yeah, the inverse up to 75. So it's hard to move up positive gamma. Remember, the market maker is selling the uptick where gamma is positive. And the reality of this part right here, like across the 55 strike, is that this is a very slow drop and this is a very rapid drop. It would help if it stopped moving, but slow, rapid. And that has to do with how the MM is hedged relative to the intraday positioning. Right? So, you know, when their exposure moves negative, they are more likely to they're more likely to start selling the downtick. And we have some other factors at play here too because of the both of the gamma neutrals on the weekly and monthly chain are also like right at spot. So really what happens here is that you get more and more selling of the downtick as you move through each level. I would like for this to sell off and fulfill Jay Fresh's prophecy. What was his prophecy? Yeah, all the sold calls are difficult to cross over, but it's also positive gamma, right? Like gamma flips positive, like right there. It's around like 52-ish, which you can see up here also. Uh, I don't know why. Why is it offset on the upper part of up here? It's so weird. And so like, you know, above that, the MM is selling into rising prices, which makes the upside grindier. But better supported. We don't have NQ on GS. We don't have CME data at all. CME is a totally different data provider and extraordinarily difficult to work with. We will need to be a lot bigger before we can add CME access. We have QQQ. We don't have QQQ live, but we will. Spy and QQQ are the next two to be added to the live service. Are you eating your vegetables? Don't make me worry about you. Hey, Darth. Are there any participants actually willing to buy this market near the highs? Well, fewer and fewer over the last 3 weeks. Harder to climb to 75 than easier to climb to 85? No. If we get above 75, it's not really that's not really easier, right? Gamma starts to fall off. You will start to squeeze these though, which can push price higher. So like a break of 75 to the upside would be bullish, but it's kind of weird, right? Because any downtick and gamma's gonna move up, and so it's like you'll mean revert back to the prior peak really easily. Rates backed off a little bit last week, and then Friday's Michigan report kind of sent them right back up. Um, Today the bear steepener was picking up a little bit, yeah. So it's kind of turning around. Probably will as we move into the CPI report. I've been a member for a couple years now, and I'm still poor. I'm starting to think I'm just dumb. No, that's about how long it takes to get profitable. I mean, like it's tough, right? Because people all move at different paces, and some people pick up shit a lot faster. Some people are just naturally inclined to trading, but it does take most people like 2 to 3 years just to get the hang of like slight profitability. It's taken just 3 years just getting there. Yeah. Which isn't like a good sell. And so, you're constantly bombarded with all this shit like, oh, learn to be a profitable trader in 2 weeks and stuff like that. And in your head you'll play up people that do better faster, but it's a process. It requires a lot of mental discipline, and you've got to learn not only setups and profitable trade strategies, but you also have to learn to manage risk on those strategies consistently. And so it takes a while. I wouldn't feel too bad about it at the 2 year mark. Yeah, I would completely ignore Wall Street bets. It takes time to be happy with 20% when you want 2 million%. Yeah. How long does it take for Dan's to become profitable? I mean, really, right out of the gate, because the overhead at the Wendy's dumpster is so low that the margins are pretty much just always net positive. I think I saw that UGI is above GM for an energy stock like that, and there isn't much options positioning. Is there a play there? They're not worth it and better to hold and chill. There's probably not a play there. I mean, you might consider like it an opportunity to sell covered calls or something because it will be harder for it to move higher, but it's definitely not heavily influenced by its options chain. Well, Pi-Fi, that was very inspirational. Well, it's tough. I mean, I get it. I see what, especially like with YouTube and Twitch and Twitter all being so full of like con artists that promise you the world that it's like everyone wants instant gratification and it's easy to sell that to people, but the truth of it is that it's really hard. Like this is not an easy thing to wake up and do every day. It's the hardest, easiest job you'll ever have. But if you love it, it's the best job you'll ever have. In the past, we've said that gamma is flat. Prices can swing through that range quickly. How does that align with the steeper the yellow line, the quicker the price moves through that? So, in the range where that yellow line is very steep, which is now starting to be the entirety of the downside, also delta's positive now. In the range where that line is very steep, gamma is relatively flat, like from here to here. Because if you think about this as like you have positive x here and negative x here, then the reality of the shift in that gamma is pretty flat. Like if you net all that together, you're gonna get kind of a range where gamma is just not doing much. And if you go further down, you'll see a range where gamma is actually flat. So this will act as resistance to here and an accelerator to there, right? So supportive, was that on the right? Supportive. Um, so as it pushes into that, that's supportive. As it falls through that, it acts as an accelerant. And then down here, gamma flattens out. And when it's really flat and heavily heavily skewed to negative or positive, and sometimes you'll get this on the upside too. You'll get gamma up here is really flat. Like right now, like gamma at what was that 75 and 80? 80. 75 and 80 is pretty flat. So if we broke above like 72 here out to there, price would move pretty easily. Like there would be far less resistance to changes in price than there are where gamma is steeper. And then the same thing like below 35. Like from 35 down to what is that? Like 10 or 6,000. Price can just drop. There's little to no resistance there. So with us being at the edge of the expected move, do they push back here? Well, they kind of not that they push back. Let's not make that assumption because that's a dangerous one to make. Let's say that participants that bought options at significantly cheaper prices are willing to sell them at much higher prices. Or, participants that sold options at higher prices are willing to close them at substantially lower prices. So the being at or above the market maker's expected move means that somebody is very profitable. Can I get the 5-second rundown on why no VWAP hat? Oh, sure. We made this. And then I made hats for it. And then I'm wearing them because I'm a big shill. Are those bot pits still there? I could look. Yes. Actually, we're getting more bot pits. 65 and 60. And a bit at 70. Yep, and some bot puts coming in at 80. So 70 is starting to flip synthetic short, 80 synthetic short, and then 65 and 60 puts being bought to the downside from spot. So if this falls back through the positive delta, it might pick up some momentum to the downside. I mean, the hedges it off, but they do. If you get an overnight move that is in excess of the MM's expected move, like substantially in excess of the expected move, you will very frequently get a snap back to that expected move. Not only as people take profits, but as the attempts to hedge off that loss. Trump is signing more executive orders at 1 p.m. Okay, good to know. We would slip all the way down to 40 without much resistance. No. So 65 and 60 have some bot puts. We could fall through those a little bit faster because of that, but 60 to 55 is still very supportive. Up here, the is buying all the dips. But if we go under like 57.50, the starts selling that downtick, which can drive, and the more we fall, the more they're selling that downtick. Do the hats come in loot boxes? Haven't decided yet. I don't think we're selling bat hats. Well, there's three things you need to consider, right? You need to consider the environment. So positive or negative gamma to determine the market maker's behavior. You need to consider the gamma at the strike, at each strike. Relative to the strike before and after it. And then, lastly, you need to consider how much or the magnitude. New subscriber to Gamma Strike. Thanks for your work, and Dork and JFresh and Nuke and several other guys who don't want to be named. It's been a team effort. We came up with the idea, but there was no chance in hell that we ever would have built it by ourselves. It's still the hats with the ears that flap. Ooh. So when you're looking at that curve, and obviously this is a lot more detailed than it would be normally, but if you're looking at like the whole chain or something, up here, as price moves higher and higher, not only is there less gamma at each subsequent strike, so less gamma to be gained, there is more total gamma being sold on the uptick. And that's why when we like look at the meatball, that this range tends to be where price action's really volatile because of this. Because there isn't a lot of gamma being sold or bought on the up or down tick. And as you move further from that, you get more of that same action. And that's why the higher we climb up this, the more resistive it becomes. Because right now, the at the money gamma is like the exposure is about 4 billion, but up here it's 6.8 billion, right? And that's per dollar increase in price. So, the more it moves up, the more the is selling that uptick because they're hedging more and more positive gamma. And this is what drives a lot of mean reversion in the market. GS is cheaper than I thought it would be. It's cheap as fuck, King Banana. Cheaper than a dozen eggs. Makes sense. Okay, good. That's always a really tough one to explain to people because you have to think kind of multi-dimensionally. Gamma Strike should be $499 a month, honestly. You know, we don't have to worry about that for retail. But if a pod shop wants it, they can pay us $5,000 a month. I didn't even pay for Gamma Strike because you bought a year. Never mind. Yeah, high up enough on the gamma curve, and you get into stability, but further gains are hard to come by. Yes. We holding on to that positive delta. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if this holds. Still a synthetic short at 70. Some of the in the money calls are kind of falling off too, a little bit. The bot calls. There's some bot calls at 60, 65 that are kind of neck and neck with the bot puts at the same strikes. There are some puts being sold at the 75 strike, although not very many of them, like 200. Some of this is also NQ, so keep an eye on that. NQ's substantially more bullish over the last half hour, 40 minutes than ES has been. Their call spreads seem enticing. They're very risky, right? We're very positive on Gamma. We're positive on Delta for the intraday. I mean, selling bear call spreads until like an absolute top has been found is very, very dangerous in this environment. So yeah, wise to wait. Thanks, Christopher Power. Popcorn pays for 2 gamma strikes. No, his dead CPA writes them off. Can I just sell 5,500 Ps on SPX for literally free money and no risk since the market can't go down? The market can definitely go down, but I mean, yeah, that's a strategy that is effective while the market continues to go up. I think things are pretty stable here. I don't really think we have all that much more upside left. Not without some more repositioning. Why does price seem to gravitate towards strikes with high gamma? It gets pushed up. The gamma is shifting relative to the positioning. So, as that curve moves more vertically, there's upside pressure on spot in a positive gamma environment to move up that curve. In a negative gamma environment, it's the opposite, which is what happened on Friday. We fell into a negative gamma environment, and then the slope of gamma steepened throughout the day and then drove us back down. This is kind of the opposite of that because positive. The market is in passive managed zombie investing mode. Warren Buffett's gonna break things by positioning his third of a trilly. I mean, Buffett's not gonna move that money probably until there's a crash. Or he gets to buy up a bank for nothing. Buffett's not buying it at a top 100% against his policy. The guy's like barely alive. I mean, why are we talking about him? Buys up a bank? No, 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 Gherk. Those were just preferred shares with perfectly reasonable dividends and convertibility to commons. Convertibility to commons after the float got diluted to fucking back. I mean, I remember all the fucking people who thought they were fucking geniuses buying the dip on banks in '08 and '09. And then the banks were like, well, we're going to quadruple the size of our float. This is a bailout. It's a dividend. No. He'd already converted a lot of that preferred stock. So he did own a substantial amount of Bank of America common stock that he sold. I'm a genius because I'm buying all the fidget spinners up. When they get popular again in 2045, I'll be rich. I don't even think you'll have to wait that long. It'll just be until we stop getting cheap Chinese ball bearings, and then their value will climb exponentially. How you're going to find customers, that's going to be difficult. It wasn't like he was speculating on BAC at book value. No. Pullback here probably fails to 60 or 55. But I don't think you really have to worry about that unless Delta flips negative, which it's not doing yet. Gamma's starting to move up a bit. So we're probably getting some sold puts closing, but not bought calls. Pretty slow pace, I would say. Do you know how many Beanie Babies I have in cryo storage? More than one. Wait, hold on. Is cryo storage just a freezer chest in your basement? Oh, you don't have basements because you live in a swamp. Shed? No more cheap steel and aluminum. They're just in the regular fridge freezer. How's your hip from Rims and Tim's attempt on your life? It still hurts. So's my shoulder. I flung one off the railing of a cruise ship in Alaska when I was like 6. Huh. You know, given oceanic currents and the amount of time that's passed, there's a really good chance that the microplastics from that Beanie Baby are now in your balls. So it's almost like he never left your side. The circle of life. Hakuna Matata. Joke's on you. They already were. I don't want to know. Nope. TMI. TMI. Calm down, Grim, too. Should I buy a put? Hmm. Vol's starting to pick up a little bit. What's the elevator tab do on your custom gamma strike? Nothing. Thursday sneak peek. Shh. Silly.
Okay.
Delta flip trending up here is bearish. Yeah. So, well, it just means that there's being profit being taken on in the money positions or positions below spot. It should be more accurate. Some of them are out of the money. Where'd you put it put now? Is that steep Gex curve not supportive till 60? It's supportive at 65, and then that support starts to bleed away pretty quickly. Hmm. Expecting rapid moves if it gets through. If we get under like 58, sure. Like down here, where we found support last time. 59, 58, right around there. Then things could drop more rapidly. Remember, while there's support on that steep positive gamma, the total amount of gamma being hedged is less and less as spot declines. Again, those three things I brought up earlier, you gotta be thinking about those relative to moneyness. What did Basant mean by monetizing assets? What assets would he monetize? I mean, the federal government owns a lot of shit that you can sell. Like a lot of shit. So, That's an option. Sonnet used to be a hedgy. Is a hedgy. He's also got one of the most insufferable speaking voices of anybody I've ever heard. Actually, no. I love when RFK speaks. Listening to the just gobbledygook that comes out of his mouth when he's able to get five syllables strung together without a massive break in his brain is actually just super entertaining. Congrats on making more percent wise than every other day trader with your one put. What? It's not even in the money yet. The worm hijacks things. I wish Trump would nominate Kenny for Fed chair. I don't think Kenny would do it. I wish he'd nominate Kenny for prison. Why? You want GME to go to $15 and just never do anything again? If it weren't for Kenny, you never would have made any money on that stock. Who says I ever did? Never mind. I apologize. I made an assumption. You guys made money on that stock? Yeah. You used to be able to sell out the money calls for like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Like they were worth more than SPX options. And if you bought or if you sold like 2 to 3 weeks of theta, they never printed. What's the low here? We could get support right here at 65, which would be annoying, but we could. This is the delta flip test. Wow, we just tested delta flip and kind of bounced off it a little bit. So Although kind of a weak bounce. What was consumer inflation expectations? Mm, 3%. Stayed flat. I got a 3 and a 6 month bill auction coming up. Can I get a Discord link? Should be one in the description. Yeah, failure to break back above 67 here wouldn't be great. Gamma flip's still moving up towards spot. Hmm. Delta flip's starting to move up too. This is less and less positive delta being hedged here. Might not get as robust of a shoulder on the right side as we did on the left. And then also remember gamma neutral on the weekly chain is right here. That blue line. So there's like very, very little positive gamma overall. God damn, this shit is so fucking cool. Not even trying to shill. It's just neat as fuck. No problem, Charles. Imagine having to keep all this gooning in my body for the last 6 months. Maybe that's why I got fat. You're just full of goon. Are you strangling or straddling the CPI print? We'll see what VIX is at. Probably straddle. What do you think about selling March 21, 45 puts on Oxy? I need to look at it. I think technical support on Oxy is at 38. Buffett bought at 45 last time. Mm, hmm. You wouldn't be alone. A decent amount of dented in the upside still. Mm. I mean, it could work out. I assume you just want the yield, like you don't want to buy the shares. If you wanted to buy the shares, I don't see much of a difference between selling the like 47.50. Whee! Negative gamma. Delta. Well, negative gamma next. And negative gamma on the weekly, which is cool. What feeds are live data right now? All of them? Like all the ones on the screen? It's not a special. This is just the live data version. This is SPX. Oh, because it says Oxy. Because I was looking up Oxy. That's just like a bug. There. Remember, when these are pretty wide, it's kind of easy to fall through them. And there's about a $10 spread on them right now. $9. So I think like if we lose 58, we probably don't get any kind of meaningful support to like 55. So that kind of flattens out a bit. 55 is not great support though. It's just like a little bit of support. Gherkin, someone say GS Live data. I made $2. I'm up like 380 on the put I bought. 50%. And then maybe I want to put a stop here. I don't know. I guess I could just keep bleeding. There's really like nothing supportive here. Although it is a good place for bulls to build support. It does get spicy if we keep moving down. Quite spicy. Ooh, there it goes. Hmm. Trump hasn't said anything yet? I don't think so. At least not when I last looked. Nah. New York State banned DeepSeek from all government devices and networks. Ooh, now I'm up 60%. That's kind of nice. This contract is like fucking $24 this morning. Let's do that again. So we could technically fall all the way back to 40. See where Gamma bottoms out down there. But there'll be a little bit of support here at 60, here at 55, maybe a little bit at 45. But the further we fall, the more likely we are to get the continuation down. We're definitely still in a range where bulls should want to defend the drop if they can. It's just dangerous. This is the exact same. This should be what everyone has. Gherkin is literally tech everlasting. I don't know what that means, but thank you. You bounce. Successful bounce? I don't know. Maybe not. A bit less successful. If GWGN, GNW, GNM, and 0DT flip touch, do we immediately go to 6200 or 5200 randomly? No. Just different time series for basically the same effect. New York probably does have long Nvidia positions in like every fucking pension plan in the state. Where can it bounce to? 65. Well, back to the Delta flip, and then we'll see if we get rejected. So far, it's getting rejected. I mentioned before, 59 is a pretty important level to break to the downside to get a continuation. That's right about where we bounced. There's still a lot of bot puts at 60. Still a bit of support at 55. Don't forget that there's a synthetic long at 50. Fairly decent sized one. That's been there all day. But the sold put supports are like 40 and 25, the big ones. Failing to break above that again is not the most bullish. I heard that if you like the stream, your puts will print. Lol, no though. Maybe try it. Gamma's a bit more slippery to the downside here. It's a lot more slippery if we lose 56. There's premiums today are super low, which is kind of weird. Auction time. Yeah. Going into CPI, we're probably gonna get some event vol priced in, which could actually be bearish for today as event vol rises into the end of the day. Like, it gives the bulls something to short, but it's also just gonna be fairly consistent in moving up. There's also Powell tomorrow, so kind of double down on big events. What do you see on GS indicating it's synth long short at what OI? Um, that particular position's a little bit tricky. Largely because of the fact that it came in during Globex and not during the intraday session. Um, but I mean, we make our own like internal assumptions about bot sold that are, possibly not correct, which is one of the reasons we don't publish them. Did you see Trump's comments yesterday about disregarding our regular treasuries and not paying them? Yeah, super confidence inducing. If Musk fucks up a single treasury debt payment, the financial markets are going to recoil in horror. A US debt default is about one of the worst things that could ever happen. But puts will prompt, sure, at the sake of the stability of the economy of the country in which you live. Sure. So yeah, puts prompt, dollar goes down, but those are two things are kind of relative to one another. The entire global financial system is built around the faith and security of US treasuries. Now I'm up 72% on my put. I really don't want this to bounce. How are the auctions? Bid to cover on the 3-month 3.01. A little bit of pressure. Ooh. Sold 91 billion, 79.5% of the high. 6-month a little less popular, 2.86. Bid to cover high rate 4.185. 78 billion. So the bond market's still pricing in about half of a cut into the middle of the year. Well, into the third quarter. Let's see if that 59 at level acts as resistance now. Because that's going to be a pretty good continuation indication. That rhymes. I got the 20 and 30 year moving up after the auction. 3 and 6 month moved down a little. Ooh, bear steepener is up 12% today. The 10-2 is. Mm, How soon before an event like CPI would they start pricing up options? Like a while. Put a stop on your put. Yeah, I'm gonna. I want us to get an actual breakdown of the monthly GN here. We're really close. Ideally without another upside test. Oh. Bitch. Hmm. Alright, that's fine then. Got a very big vol short here. Still vol shorting, so probably another test of the gamma flip. Weekly GN. If we can, we got to get above like 62.50 to push up. I think I still got like 40% on that. How do you know when a stock will break through GN or bounce off of it? Like individual equities? You can take a look at volatility. That could be a really good indicator. Like if realized vol starts flattening out on like the 10-day, IV starts to spike, that can be a good sign that things are getting bouncy. Failed to break 62. It's not bullish.
Hey,
Hmm.
hey,
Hey. They might try again. She's not real, Greg. I know. I know. Q dump and test fucking 21.8 again. The company logo on the hat is trippy because it puts a hole in my head. It's kind of cool. All spiked a bit. NQ falling below 21,850. Hmm. Well, you can't see the green screen. You can just see the bars. See? On the chart behind me. Trump axes capital gains tax. How high does the SPX pump? 8,000? 9,000? I mean, right now it's very unlikely to go over like 6,300. But it would be bullish. Harder to get above the delta flip? Yeah, it's quite hard to get above the delta flip. Maybe more importantly, harder to stay above the delta flip. What if people sold immediately with no cap gains? Because now there's no penalty for taking it all off the table at once. Hmm. I think the market's definitely still at levels where holding would be incentivized. And they would probably assume that they had at least until, you know, congressional approval or not. Then maybe. Remember when they wanted to tax unrealized gains? Yeah, which they should do. Pretty decent fall short here on this bounce. Although, I don't think the rest of the positioning's changing much, so it might just be more exposure if we get a drop. Hmm. Interesting. Resistance again? It's weird. So what mean when Gamma flipped flat as a board? It's not entirely. It's just zoomed out. But yeah, position. I mean, positioning here just isn't changing very much. The delta flip was getting a little bit more bullish as we traded through here, but now it's kind of turning back around a bit. So we'll see. That's kind of like the 62.50 test now. There's another big vol short came in. Let me see what they're selling. Hold on. Looks like they're selling the 75 and the 55. It's still a shitload of bot pits at 60 though, so I don't know how far we're gonna push off of that level. Both 60-65 and 60-70 are like synthetic short. A failed breakout of the downtrend is pretty bearish here, I think. Mm. It's the flip test coming up. And GN. Looks like the pre-SLD day. Pump into open, sell, and stagnate all day. Except SLG's next week. NQ running into a little resistance around 21,870. Take what back? Let it fall. We'll see. NQ got rejected pretty hard. If we fall back through the trend, it's probably pretty bearish. It's a failed breakout. And now there's more sold puts closer to spot, which can add to the downside momentum if we break down. important here. It still makes that like 59, 58 test important to the downside. I mean, this definitely has a bearish edge. They just failed the breakout. And they sold puts here and here on the push up. Well, actually here too. So, you know, if we start losing those levels, these three, those puts will start to squeeze. Or at least go negative, which will turn vol up. Shocker. They haven't declined that fucking much in value. Vol won't get as high as it was on the equivalent test prior, but if the lowest level of that is lost, vol will spike higher more rapidly. There's a higher concentration of risk. Leverage. You're forgetting about leverage ratios. And leverage ratios compared to, you know, 45 minutes of theta decay are really not that equivalent. Sometimes I buy limit instead of buy stop, and it doesn't quite hit before the price goes my way. I'm like, well, never mind with my arms folded. Sometimes buy limits can be a very good idea. Everyone always wants to buy the bottom, like get the best possible price, top ticker, bottom ticket. But a lot of times it's best to just buy the break, like the actual breakout. I can delete that, right? We fell through it. New low, let's go. Yep, monthly GN test. That should not be inherently supportive, just by the way. Like mechanically, GN is not a supportive level. It's just a nothing level. Bus. Let's go. Right to the gamma flip. Boop. This is where things get actually bearish. Why wouldn't they desperately defend GN? They did. 3 times. But it's kind of trying to like jump on a trampoline made out of jello. Coinbase has the best analogies. Try to jump too hard and you just bust through it. Yeah, basically, because you increase your downside leverage risk every time you try to bounce it, and the MM's not really like it's not a very firm surface to launch off of, right? Because the MM support is very low here. So if you push off of it and then get some height and land back in it, you're just gonna sink. I guess any non-Newtonian fluid would kind of cover the. You get it. Woo! Thanks for the money, bulls. So we fall to 40. Well, there's support at 50. First things first. If we lose, yeah, this whole range. I mean, we could fall into kind of anywhere in here, like between 50 and 40. It really depends on how far momentum takes us. We're almost through 50 right now, so that really does open up the chance at 40 quite a bit. I don't see any reason for bears to take profit yet. Or at least not significant amounts of profit yet. But the incentive to sell puts definitely picks up really quickly. The bigger risk from this test is a failure to bounce. So if bulls don't establish substantial support here and we fall back into the puts they just sold at 50, they get fucked extra hard. Then we definitely get 40. Well, not definitely, but the probability of getting to 40 increases substantially. So they just sold a bunch of puts, right? Like, that's what happened when we tested here. Sell a shitload of puts at 50, right? Bounce it. But now if those puts squeeze again, like we fall back into those puts. See how many there are? Look at the put volume on the 50 strike. Nasty. And NQ still has about $30 more to sell off before it hits a major support. So I think the chances of failure here are decent. Forty is pretty supportive. Gamma moves positive pretty fast to the downside of 40. They don't want to fuck with that, but yeah, it's definitely still it's a better support than 50. Ooh, yeah, Mr. Poopy Butthole. Let's do it. Lower low. This is fantastic. NQ is still dumping. Vol's starting to pick up now. So sold puts that they sold on the last test are pricing up. If the 60-50 contract gets above 870 again, we'll probably start getting squeezed out. And they sold like, I don't know, like a few hundred of them, so. Volume still sucks really bad. Be a shame if we got bearish news right now. I thought Trump wasn't doing anything until like 1 o'clock. After his morning shit and his 2 hour long Candy Crush session.
Hey.
Second supports? Gross. NQ's still selling off a bit. Yeah, there's no behavior. Yeah. So the MM's selling the down tick. So it's very important that there's no rejections because they'll sell off. I mean, it's not a lot, right? We're not super far below GN, GM, or just GN, all the GNs. The further down you get, the more the effect of the MM sell pressure. And then if you get below delta neutral, which is like way down here, then the MM starts, dumping delta on like dumping delta in addition delta hedge in addition to their gamma hedge on the downtick. If this pushes back above the gamma flip, though, you probably don't want to be in puts. 1 second. Testing. Left a gap below us. 60.53. You see how on the bounce, the gamma below us moved up? Like the total negative gamma exposure to the downside moved higher. I went long calls, risky. I mean, buying calls here is like either very, very profitable or you're going to lose everything. I don't think there's really like an in between on them. Documentation is live. Repeat. Is it? Oh shit. Jesus fucking Christ, he went ham. Fuck. Alright. Well, it's there. Back to positive gamma. Still have to get back above 58 to pick up some more bullish momentum. Like, we could still fail where we did previously. And that's about where the delta flip has moved down to. Delta flip's at like 61. Can people see that without even logging in? Yep. For now. What do you mean, why? I mean, we're not gonna pretend like $69 or $129 a month is a small chunk of change to. I mean, it's cheap relative to other. That's not alpha. It's just educational material. Is Discord muted? Maybe. Yeah, it is. For those of you on Discord, we're just talking about the documentation going live. No one has ever written about this before. It's alpha. It's definitely been written about before. It's not like JFresh invented fucking Black Scholes or something. Okay. I don't see any problem with it. It just explains the stuff we offer and what it means. And, some basic options information. Could you share Gamma Max on GMA? Yeah, sure. It's 2971. Looks like we failed the breakout to positive gamma. That downside gap's looking more and more promising. Like 50 put has been fun to trade here. You even have a dark mode. Nice. We might just not have a light mode. How about his 25% tariffs on steel imports? Bad. We have a lot of domestic steel, but it kind of sucks because we haven't needed to use it for 30 years. I hope someone in Pickle Jar has a good day and gifts me a GS membership. That's not really a thing we have set up. An idea for a feature last night. Could you add a slider under gamma delta data that fast forward rewinds through the day so you can see changes in positioning throughout the day? Call it a theta view or something. I mean, you can kind of already see that by just looking at the delta and gamma flip across the day because it saves each of those points at the close of the candle. But you want to see this change, like sorry, you want to see this change throughout the day? That's tough. We got to store a lot of shit to do that. What do you think about SMCI pre-earnings pump? I mean, if they submit their earnings in a timely fashion and they're in line with expectations, it's probably bullish as fuck. There's a lot of bullish bets on it as far as its options chain goes. It's a gamble, though. Earnings is always a gamble, man. Careful. At least hedge off some of your risk if you're going to try to play the upside on it. I deleted the part because of characters where I said storage would probably be limiting, but I bet for a day it's not terrible. Yeah, probably not. Um, it's not impossible to do. I don't understand the reasoning behind it though. I've had this discussion with a lot of people already. It's been a pretty frequently suggested feature, and I get that people want it, but I'm reticent to add features that are useless just because people want them. Like, all that matters is what is true now, not what was true an hour ago. That's why I said the coolest thing about Gamma Strike is it tells you now. Like, it doesn't predict the future. It doesn't tell you where, things are going to go or where people are going to position. You can make assumptions, logically, and those can help predict the future. But what it does do phenomenally is tell you the truth about right this instant. I think seeing the flip points change over time tells you what you want to know about what participants have been doing. A little bit. It does a little bit. It's actually really tough to add stuff because so much stuff is cool, but also just useless and distracting. I think that it visually shows expansion and contraction of gamma and delta in a way that helps see where positioning is building, falling off. Okay, but I mean, I know I'm talking in circles here, but on trend days, days when we aren't trading right within the delta and gamma flip points, it does not do that at all. It just tells you about shifts and out of the money positioning. Is simply scalping tests of delta flip a viable strategy? Tight stop, small profits, rinse and repeat. I haven't back tested it, but yeah, it probably is to some degree. And delta is actually less important than gamma on the zero DTE contract. So I would say that, like, profitability from a profitability standpoint, scalping the gamma flip is probably significantly better than scalping the delta flip. Like, it's less stable than breakouts of the delta flip, but the moves off of it tend to be more exaggerated. Are we just gonna leave that gap unfilled? We still haven't broken like 59 to the upside, so I really don't think this has turned all that bullish. I know we've bounced from 50, but only $10. It's not like a huge move. Massive head and shoulders on the Tesla monthly. Yeah, I know. Because Tesla's egregiously overvalued. But it'll stay that way because people think that Elon's going to stick his dick deep, deep, deep down into the government honeypot. And that's why it's holding those valuations. Elon's already one of the largest recipients of government money. And if he expands the amount of money he's receiving from the government, then it really won't matter that, his company is mismanaged and slightly unprofitable. I don't think he's that long. Robot dicks. That's what the boring company really is. Carvana's not really a government contractor. I know they've made some sales to government entities, but Carvana is just accounting wizardry due to payment in kind on their massive pile of debt. What a time to unmute my speakers. Jeffers just DM'd me out of nowhere to tell me on VIX the right shoulder has formed. Is he okay? Daddy Garcia knows what he's doing. Yeah, the whole family is very experienced with committing fraud. Not there yet. Getting close. Starting to test the gamma flip. Did you hear they're getting rid of pennies? Well, they're gonna stop making pennies. I don't think that means they're getting rid of pennies. Bull's selling pooties. It'd be a shame if someone made them go back in the money. Accurate. What's that mean for Dillard's? Dillard's has been killing it. Ooh. Is it time for Secret Dillard's DD again? Hmm. It's already at an all-time high. Dillard's doesn't have options anymore, I don't think. Oh shit. Ever so slightly positive delta. Still not a full reversal. Very little in the money profit taking, though. At least so far. NQ got back above 21,850. I wonder how that's going to affect things. NQ's like in a significantly weaker spot now than it was on the last high test. It's like $30 lower, $20 lower. Yeah, they got vol down a bit. I mean, not that much. It's like VIX, like 40 cents. Pretty close to the low of the day. Which, yeah. They just sold a lot of puts. I'm not really sure that's going to mean anything, though. And how much of this is like just a prompt, like a pump into whatever Trump is gonna say? Trump set to ease enforcement of the law that bans overseas bribes. Oh man, what a great idea. European privacy watchdog to discuss DeepSeek at the Tuesday meeting. Netanyahu to now hold assessment with Security Cabinet on Monday, not Tuesday, after Hamas announcement of delay of hostage release. Uh, I think that's misquoted. I'll check the source. No. Donald Trump is set to sign an executive order rolling back enforcement of a law that makes it illegal for U.S. companies to bribe foreign officials, arguing that the restriction puts American firms at a disadvantage. Trump is ordering Attorney General Pam Bondi to pause actions taken under the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act until she issues new enforcement guidelines, according to a fact sheet on the executive order, a copy of which was seen by Bloomberg News. All current and past actions will also be reviewed. The act bars a company or person with U.S. links to pay money or offer gifts to foreign officials as a way to win business overseas. Trump weighed trying to scrap the law during his first term. U.S. companies are harmed by FCPA over enforcement because they are prohibited from engaging in practices common among international competitors, creating an uneven playing field, the fact sheet said. Better, Bob? Fuck, I'm gonna go bribe so many foreign officials now. This is awesome. Djibouti, here we come. Fraud is so bullish. I know. Oil companies just got so hard. Mm-hmm. We're about to become the United States of Europores. Did he just admit that bribes get everything done internationally? I don't know if it was an admission. I'll be at the office from 9 to 5 for the remainder of the year. Something came up, but you can reach my secretary at the same 1-800 number you have. Excellent. Here in America, we call them gifts, and it's classy. Mm. Where do we fall back to the gamma flip? I don't know. We rejected off of the delta flip. Probably will again. They're Bloomberg. They probably have their nose up Trump's ass 24/7. Bugged his Diet Coke. No, they don't. I would have seen them. No, you wouldn't have. Not if they get inside the diaper. If everyone wasn't doing it, they sure as hell are doing it now. This is the problem with Trump. Is he says things that are verifiably untrue. And then people are like, well, I didn't even know that was a problem. But yeah, it sounds like it is. The one problem? Well, alright, a big one. Any examples of what, Jellyhole? Anything the man says sends the market into cartwheels. Yep, it was like this for 4 years last time. So that one guy Greek said would either make a lot of money or go broke. It looks like a lot of money it is. That's generally how that works. We run into the same upside resistance that we ran into earlier, right around 70. It was a great sentence. Any example of what, Jellyhole? I don't know what he's talking about. Isn't Trump due to speak shortly? 1 o'clock. These puts aren't going to print themselves. I just don't get how everyone is okay with the SWF. It's actual socialism. Yeah. Republican conservative socialism. You've never what's what's the problem? Your Trump speech? What, examples of Trump just saying blatantly false things? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't even need to source that. It's common knowledge. Trump has lied in literally every business dealing for the past 50 years and basically just rambles anytime he speaks about any topic. Most of his rambling is incoherent and very far from the truth. So, no examples of Trump lying? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you that delusional? How fucking deep in the weeds are you? Like, do you buy Trump merchandise? It's fine if you want to support the guy. I don't care. But don't say delusional shit to me. Here, there's an entire fucking Wikipedia article on false and misleading statements by Donald Trump. Go nuts. Everything's cited. Go fuck yourself. He doesn't take the oath, right? He doesn't put his hand on the Bible because he knows where he bought the Bibles from. So it's. All right, you're out. AJ just assumed he was getting axed. Fair. Am I allowed to ask about opinions on Trump's successfulness at business, or is that too political? I don't care about that. I'm just not going to have people just make blatantly false statements and rage bait in the chat. Fuck them. They're perfectly rational people that are Trump supporters. And I also enjoy watching the world burn. Like you can both vote for Trump and then also accept that he's a lying sack of shit. That's okay. But try to fact check me on Trump not being a lying sack of shit? Sure, I'll ban you. I'm not talking about you, Poopy. Trump not live yet. High scoring Candy Crush. I don't think any politicians are honest. No, there's no such thing as the better of two evils. There's just evil and also evil. As Americans, maybe we should question why that's our two choices. Geralt? Geralt of Rivia? He wasn't on the I couldn't vote for him. We have more than two choices, but we've been brainwashed into believing there's only two options. We have a two-party system. It's kind of constrictive. It's not that we've been brainwashed necessarily. It's just that there's no viable path to anything else. Philly Perot won in 92. Jill Stein voter right there. Don't talk about Dork that way. We could make our elections more democratic and get rid of the Electoral College. But people wouldn't want that, right? It's almost like there's a large group of people who know that they're also not the majority that don't want to give up the small advantages that they have. But also don't want anyone else to get any advantages. Uh, I'm gonna keep on hoping that Trump just burns it all down. Fuck this place. It sucks. We fucked up. It's gone too far. We need a fresh start. Hopefully, in his hubris, he just fucks it all up irreparably. Convert me from what? Anarchy to a quick path to anarchy? Sure. Let's just hope it's not with nukes. No, with nukes. Break them out. Let's find out how many everyone has by dropping them all on each other. Nukes make Gherk's wealth worthless, though, so you can always make more money. Having a bit of a hard time getting over 65 here. Don't give him ideas, Poopy. I think it make your money more valuable, to be honest. I don't know. I live in New York City, so if there's a nuclear war, I'm gone. Like first 15 minutes. There's gonna be so much arbitrage in post-apocalyptic trading winter. Dibs on pickle ashes. Hide in a freezer. Hmm. Is the moat that you're surrounded by actually just Canada, though? My screen indicator triggered. I tried to move your screen, so we're about to move. But up or down? MQ's kind of getting rejected. Let's see. There's still a bunch of bot pits at 60. Um, yeah, 70's pretty hard resistance. I don't see anything else shifting very dramatically. Might be a few puts being sold at 75. 55.50 seems pretty well protected to the downside. So probably just more chop unless Trump says something. Which he hasn't yet, right? Hamas told mediators U.S. guarantees for ceasefire are no longer in place given Trump's displacement plan. Egyptian security sources. Mm. Lagarde said the ECB's fight against inflation isn't over. Someone's trying to pump the euro. Hmm. Commodities are up 1.5% today. Fancy. Really enjoying being long the Bloomberg Commodity Index right now. It just keeps going up. It's volatile, but it keeps going up. Correlation's coming down a little bit, but not very much. Let's see. Carry leverage is moving up a bit today. What's the yen at? Dollar's up against the yen, 35 points. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Rejected? Yeah. Lower high coming in? Good question. Hmm, I don't know. Gamma falls off pretty rapidly now to the downside. So, yeah, we could still get support at like 65, 60? Less at 60. I would say support at 65 is probably pretty important here. It's a lower high on the day, also. So distribution bounce, and then this is the start of a rejection. If we fall back below like 63, it's probably pretty bearish. We have to see. The last rejection at the gamma flip, they bounced it, so they repositioned and pushed up more. They could still do that here. More likely at the 65 level. Skew's been pushing up. Mmm. Spicy. Yeah, Fed fund futures basically pricing in no more rate cuts for this year now. We're still have a big move in the bear steepener today. Oh, I need to add the 10-year yield. That needs to be regular. Boom. Cool. Yeah, this could fail. Probably slowly, though. I would say slowly. Did we test 72? Hmm. Hmm. And Q doesn't look quite dead yet. Are we gonna get Black Monday this Wednesday? I don't think so. It's just to get some executive orders around now, yeah. Break 70. Where could we go? 80, maybe? Mm, tough, but potentially. Potentially to 80. Mm, there's some profit taking. Not a ton, though. So BT price action, near-term potential. Kind of covered it yesterday. Things are kind of up in the air with it due to the threat of tariffs. So there's definitely heightened risk. It's at a very reasonable price, I think, for a long-term hold, but tariffs could definitely drop it much lower. They could also be a benefit to it. It really depends on which side the tariffs are weighed on. China still needs coal to ramp up their economy, and they could be just as big a beneficiary of those tariffs as they are a loser. But we'll have to see how that all plays out. Right now, people are just scared, and coal's an easy industry to get out of, so it's experienced a bit of a sell-off. Gamma Flip's starting to climb. It's been climbing, but not very quickly. Might be enough. We'll see. Like I said before, losing 63 is kind of bad. We're a little ways away from that. I would think breaking 70 would be the hard part. It is. 70s. I said that before. 70s big resistance. Not impossible resistance, but big. Speed regularly skew to one side or the other in the afternoon. Hmm, yes, generally. I mean, it'll skew to the side you're trading closest to, really. So like if we move down to like 60 60 or sub 60 60, speed to the downside will pick up a lot more. No, getting to 80 would be tough. We're getting education, but yeah, Mars is totally achievable. We're not gutting education. We're simply putting it into the hands of private companies and removing protections for disabled students or um, funding for programs for special education, which might adversely impact Trump's voting base pretty hard. But for-profit education can't go wrong. No, of course not. Fuck the regards. History brought to you by Coke. Wait, Colombian Coke or Coca-Cola? Executive order to put Coke back in Coke. Donald Trump's heart would burst in a week. Wendy's doesn't need graduates. It's true. Trump's too old to do coke. And rich. Trump doesn't even drink. Yeah. Like what? Anything specific that he doesn't drink? Water. Alcohol? Huh. Okay. Teetotaler. He's just holding that for his buddy Epstein. That's just O'Doul's grape juice. Yeah, of course. Poopy's just saying stupid shit. He doesn't drink anymore because he's a fat fuck with renal failure. He didn't have any problem drinking before. There's a difference between being not a big drinker and being not a drinker. Now you're changing the point you were trying to make. You're bargaining, and you've already lost. Get good. What do you want? Oh, I can't wait for 5, 8, 7/8 more years of this. He only drinks when he does coke. All the billionaires only live off of McDonald's. It's their secret. That's how they live to be 90 and cognitively aware by preserving their brains with nitrates. It's 22 days, Jason. 22 fucking days. There is a really high probability that he dies before the full 4 years. Today's been awesome. Trump probably gets impeached. Well, he hasn't pissed off the right people yet. It's when he gets bored, right? This is what happened in 2016. Like he was all about his agenda for the first 6 months, and everyone loved what he was doing that voted for him, right? And then he got bored and antsy. He started picking off cabinet members that rich people had appointed. He started doing the exact opposite of all the things he told people he would do. You can't make an executive order for unlimited presidency terms. That's not how it works. And then he golfed and golfed and golfed. Yeah, and tweeted insane shit in the middle of the night. I didn't pass the Constitution test. Unless there was an executive order saying he could. Believe it or not, shockingly, there's a large cadre of Republicans that don't want the government dismantled because they want to continue insider trading. So he doesn't really control half the House. And this also happened to him last time. For health reasons, presidents should have to walk the course when they golf. Not as far as I'm aware. The COVID lockdowns traumatized Elon. That's when he started to turn. Coincidentally, also the time when his ketamine uptake drastically increased. Imagine being in a K-hole for 4 years. Nightmare fuel. He's not in a K-hole every day, just sometimes. Get out of here with your liberal talking points. How could Elon have $400 billion if he was on ketamine all the time? Ridiculous. You know what? Those are the stupidest people in America. The people who think that if you're rich, you're intelligent are arguably the dumbest fucks I've ever come across. Americans? Yeah. Okay, well, there's AJ, and he's Canadian, so maybe not. But Canadians are Americans now? Not yet. Not until he signs the executive order. No, rich people have an even distribution of intelligence just like everyone else. They're not dumber or smarter. Some are smarter, some are dumber. Most are average, which is dumb. Because that bell curve keeps shifting left every year. Exactly, Gen Gen. You average. I could be the next Elon, but I don't have access to ketamine or millions of dollars. It's really not the ketamine, it's the dollars. America has never been goodlier with big smarts. How long until Musk starts openly wearing Kanye's swastika shirts? I don't want to know. It'll be like a swastika, but the autism puzzle pieces. That's how he's going to get away with it. And then people will be like, no, no, he's just neurodivergent. His mom gave him vaccines. We laugh, but it's probably not funny. Swatism. Oh, I hate you, Bob, but that was funny. Teslas are pieces of shit. I didn't realize how bad they'd gotten because I haven't really been around one for a long time. But my buddy just got the, what is it, the X, the one with the fucking floppy doors. And like the body panels are all fucking misaligned. It rattles when you drive it. There's a reason previous model years are cheap as fuck. Oh, I did, yeah. Yeah, I insulted his car a lot. And I bet is a race car. It's probably better built, too. Gherkin win down? I don't know. When the Bulls give up 65. 131,000 auto expense for a Tesla. He bought a Cybertruck and he's trying to expense it. Well, you can't sell it, right? That's part of the contract, so might as well try to get the government to pay for it. You go. Yugos were just cheap components, but they were reliable. I mean, the Russians they still have them on the road there. And you could fix anything that went wrong with the car with like a hammer. You just bang it till it works more. You only need the sheet metal if you're doing cosmetic repairs. Why up? Retesting 70. Also NQ. NQ's bit a bit more bullish than SPX right now. So if we get a breakout, it's probably going to be because of tech, not breadth. Yeah, Dow's up like 140 points. We break down if we lose 63. Have we lost 63? No. So no breakdown. That doesn't mean we're gonna go like to the moon, but there's room to move up to like 80 if they can get over the hump here at like 72. Well, I mean, it's not steepening because of calls coming in. It's flattening out because of moneyness. Gamma increases relative to spot. NQ got a little bit of a rejection there. How do you guys forecast so far ahead into the week? I know you guys have ancient techniques for diving into data, but what do you mean? Like the Sunday thing where we like make a projection for the week? That's just mostly bullshit. We just do that for fun because it's like an internal pointless competition. Mm, I know you guys use futures and other wiggly squiggles, but without giving away the way you guys dig into companies and stuff, I guess I'm admitting I'm super green. Green as in new or profits? We should bring on a guest picker for the Sunday streams, like ESPN Game Day. A different pigeon whale, maybe. Why? We still waiting for VIX 3 month to be like 16 or less to buy Vega 2Ds? I mean, I have Vega 2Ds from the last time VIX was 16 or less. VIX 3 month. I might buy more. Then I could shame them? Hmm. Tempting. What's up, popcorn? What are we trying to solve? Lift? No. Although something to do with selling puts. Shame is a poorest thing. Exactly. Why would I shame pigeon whales? They're the best. Are we finna dump? No. We're not gonna dump anything unless we get under 63. I'm gonna keep saying that. 63? 60, 63. Above 60, 63? Bullish. All the time. Below 60, 63? A little bit bearish. Just your hedge things or standalone Vega 2Ds you've taken profits on but are still holding. I took profits on some of them. The last time I got a nice little VIX spike. Actually, both times we got a little VIX spike. I took profits. But I still have a bunch left. We haven't really gotten much above VIX 20, though, which kind of sucks. Not a hedge? Why is it not a hedge? I still own things, so if I'm long VIX and I own things, it's automatically a hedge. Why are you the way that you are so often? Did you consider that it could be just both? It is both a hedge and an arbitrary position. Guess what? Still above 63. I know, but I'm really gonna push on this. The best part of this is people buying puts at 63 with no stop, assuming that that's not where we're most likely to bounce. It is. Palantir valuation makes no sense. Makes sense. Oh, do tell. Oh, okay. Hmm. Sixteen 63 and base 8. Uh, huh. Show me what a gamma squeeze would look like to the up or downside. You need negative gamma to the upside for it to squeeze. Usually. So, like, if you look after Friday's close, we kind of gamma squeezed up to where we're at now. And sure, speed has some effect up to like 85, but more likely Nirvana. No, investors just need to realize that Palantir's business model is not fundamentally changing because Peter Thiel is butt buddies with Elon Musk. But a very similar thesis to Tesla being overvalued, right? They're both going to get a bunch of free government money because they're in control of government money. Hmm. I was talking about this with someone the other night. If Palantir were to receive the entire CIA yearly budget, they would still be overvalued. I was bullish on Palantir at $4, but they've overreached a bit. So is everything. I mean, it's just the market we're in. Bubbly. I mean, you're talking about a thing that doesn't happen very often, but I mean, generally speaking, for gamma to squeeze to the upside, you would need to be trading down here in negative gamma, and then the squeeze would be the move up this positive gamma slope. We've had that happen recently. What day was like the best example of that? Probably like end of day Thursday. Thursday was a pretty good example of that. Or like market open, not this Monday, but last last Monday, like on the 3rd. Yeah. That was like a gamma squeeze. It's not just gamma, but they'll either meet earnings expectations or severely disappoint people who bought them at ridiculous valuations. Short call squeezes soon to 80. There's actually that many short calls to squeeze here. Some, but I don't think it looks all that squeezy. They're starting to sell some puts around like 70, 75. They're definitely trying to push it higher. But there's very little support at 60 and 65, which is problematic. Closing higher than 80 is still very unlikely without some kind of catalyst. Odds we close here? I think chances are we close at 65 or 6. The chances of closing at 65 or 60, I think, are a lot higher than closing up here. But we could. We need a pump into close, like a strong pump. We need to be over 70 and hold it, and then pump like the extra $10 to the upside before close. And then, yeah, maybe. It's not the best position to be in for the Bulls. They still don't have any downside support. That'll build over the next hour though, if we don't fail 63. So the chances of that happening into close will increase, I think. Yeah, NQ's looking a little less bullish. I mean, SPX going up on like no volume's not super bullish either, but it is going up. Yeah, that's fine, slot machine. When Carvana puts second half of this year, there might be like a short term opportunity. Maybe after inflation data, there could be like a short-term opportunity. Yeah, I saw the time trade. I don't chase the. I don't really chase those. The reporting on them is not up to date, generally. A lot of those positions are closed long before you ever see them. That's like tracking hedge fund portfolios. It's not really a winning strategy. Put Gherk the 13 Fs. You find me somebody at the SEC actually reviewing them, and I'll pay attention to them. All that alpha. There's probably some validity into getting shit that like a hedge fund's held for a while at their cost basis. But that could also just be where they dump the position. It's almost like it's just much better to form your own thesis and invest in that because you've done the research and the legwork necessary. Lower high on NQ. Actually, head and shoulders on NQ on the 5 minute. It only works on Burry, only because he's way too early. But Burry flips his shit around a lot, too. Like, remember back in 2023 when Burry had all the puts on, what was it, QQQ? And then the market dropped like 10%, and then it bounced, and everyone was like, "Oh, Burry got fucked." But then on his next, like, and that was just what everyone thought. Like, everyone was just like, "Oh, Burry got fucked." But then if you look at his next 13F, he had like an extra, what was it? He had an extra like 75 million invested. So he didn't get fucked on his puts at all. He just closed them. No, Burry's no one's hero. We don't have trade wars yet, AJ. So your thesis isn't necessarily wrong, just unproven. Why did it NDX is illiquid as fuck? Good luck closing them even if you're up. Brewer's just like me, sad and lonely, but with billions of dollars, hundreds of millions. Let's be. Burry's good to follow because he thinks very far ahead and he has unique ideas about what he thinks will happen. And he's usually right. Just too early. Like, way too early. Pure hospital grade autism. He's well over the spectrum. This is boring. Is this gonna fail? I don't even care. I don't even have a position. I'd get one if something interesting would happen. Hmm. Ooh, is it almost time to short Costco before retail sales? I'm gonna short the fuck out of it. Maybe. I have to look. Oh, God damn it. Mm. Ooh, that is tempting. 1060, 70. Mm. Is Costco going to 1100? No. 1080. 5. Okay, I got a little bit of time. When's their earnings? March 6th? Yeah, I got some time. Yeah, but if you sell gold bars, you lose out on the future price improvement of the gold. They're not selling. The problem is they're not selling it at a sufficient premium. Uh, our intraday high on US was, I think, 95 at like this morning, 60.95. Oh, fuck yes. Nice. Nuke just sent me cool stuff. You guys will find out on Thursday. WIP. Is the pump over? This is craziness. Well, it's pulling back a little. I wouldn't say it's over. Let's fill that downside gap in the last hour. That'd be kind of cool. Hmm. Tempting. Mm, MQ still looks okay here. Not like it's failing yet. Mm. Although the gamma flip's starting to get a lot closer to spot. It's almost at like 60 now. Delta flip moved up pretty hard with this last leg up too. So delta flip now exactly where I said it would be important at 63. 63.92. Shocker. Why are WeBull's future quotes so expensive? It's like $38 a month, right? It's bullshit. I don't know. Whatever. They haven't negotiated a better deal. You're willing to pay $12 a tick, but you don't want to pay $38 a month for accurate data? It's like I feel like there's a balancing act there. But it pisses me off too. I agree. Also, probably wouldn't trade futures. Does Robinhood have futures? Robinhood doesn't have futures. I probably wouldn't trade futures on WeBull. Given the choice, like if I was serious about trading futures, I would not use WeBull. Early access? Oh, so just trade futures on Robinhood. Or use a good futures broker. Like AMP. TC's not bad. They're still not as good as like AMP with Sierra charts or Quant Tower. I'm not a futures broker. Neither is Gamma Strike. Don't put that on us. How do I get GS? It's like open. There's no tutorial, but there's JFresh published all the documentation to the homepage today, so you can read up on all of it. We do a lot of discussion in the Thursday night like roundtable discussions. What? Finally? Yep. I want to learn futures, but every platform wants to charge me for data first. That's how it works. You could try trading it on a delay, but that seems like not a good idea. AMP has fees? Yeah. I mean, you can pay for AMP all at once. It's like $1,000 for life or some shit. Or no, that's Sierra charts. You can pay for Sierra charts all at once. Actually, can you still pay for Sierra charts all at once? I know you get Quant Tower for free with AMP, but I don't know if you get Sierra charts for free. Globex is SIBO overnight markets. CME is futures markets. CME is like ES, NQ, CL. Globex is like NDX, SPX. Right. Yeah, if you're trading in a positive gamma and delta environment and the 0 points are moving towards spot, it indicates that there's profit taking on in the money positions. So it's basically like support bleeding out. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily bearish, but there's less support to the downside. No worries, dude. JFresh things like next week, I think. Okay. No, TWS is good. I mean, the the margin on IBKR is not the best. You can't trade options overnight with Globex, though. Yeah, you can. That's that's exactly what you can do. Like, you can trade SPX options overnight. There aren't really any brokers that have Globex access besides IBKR. Although I do think Fidelity allows you to maybe. I could be wrong, but I think Fidelity might allow you to close SPX contracts after like 7 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. No, they don't. Never mind. Fidelity sucks. 7:30, yes. Oh, okay. So I mean, that's something. Yeah, I know it's not overnight. Only IBKR, as far as I know, is overnight. Yeah, I know Saxo has it for Euro markets. Honestly, Globex on IBKR has saved me a lot of money. It's worth having if you trade a lot of SPX. Especially being able to trade before data prints, big macro prints that are in the pre-market. The combination of Globex, the introduction of zero DT has ruined my circadian rhythm, and I've never recovered. When SPX gets past your white line, will it drop down to the gap? No, but it might drop back to like 65, where it found support last time. Is there still a synth short here? Uh, the bot puts are probably. Well, there's a synth short at 80. No. 60, 70, and 75 are net sold puts. And there's a synthetic long at 65 now. Slightly. They're not really adding to the 70, 75 puts, but they've sold some. There are some sold there. Like 700 at 70 and 500 at 75. But like the aggregate positioning hasn't moved around much. It's just kind of staying fairly flat. Do you trade options on SPX? On ES? Rarely. Sometimes, but pretty rare. It's pretty rare for me to get options on futures. Only if I have like a futures position that's like deep in the money and I need to hedge it or something, but otherwise, no. You can get options on futures. Yeah, they're super reasonable. Like at the money zero GT on ES is like $3 right now. Mm, 60/90 puts only $2. They're not that liquid. BBC executive order signings today have been delayed until later this afternoon. No shit. Well, not you, but just like you'd think when they didn't happen an hour and a half ago, that would have been the assumption. MES options are $5 a point, and ES options are $50 a point. SPX are 100. Also, SPX options are cash settled, and ES and MES options are physically settled. American style options. How are they physically settled? Do they drop off barrels of futures at your house? I mean, on commodity contracts, yeah. That's what happens with assignment. But on like ES and MES, you get a contract. Like you get, so if you have like a put option at, 6,000, you'd sell a ES contract at that strike, regardless of current market price. Generally, brokers will just auto exercise for you. And then you end up with a long or short position in the underlying. Which can be cool, right? Like say you're like long SPX at 6,000, and we're trading now at 60.80, and we're trading now at what, 60 something, 60 68. Say we close the day at 60.70. Your max profit on this position is going to be like 7,000 because it expires at the end of the day, right? But on a long ES option, if you're long at 6,000 and you're trading at 60.90 and the day ends, you end up with a long ES contract at 6,000 at the end of the day. So if ES keeps going up over the next few days, you're still long. Provided you have the overnight margin. Otherwise, your broker will close it at 415. You can't be long and short the ES at the same time. So your broker will close like the whichever one they want, really, but probably the one nearer the money. Mighty bold of you to assume we have that margin. It's not that much. What's overnight maintenance on ES right now? It's like 16, 14, 14.6. It depends on your broker, but it's only 14 ports. Well, 14 and a half. There's always span margin. That's true. If you're a serious fucking degenerate, then yes. We left a gap to the upside at 69, which I don't like. It'll probably slow down any descent. How much does overnight maintenance cost on ES? It depends on the broker, but it's like about 15,000 a contract. I don't know what it is on MES. 1/10 of that. 1,460 per contract on MES. Can you explain how gap theory actually works in reality based on your experience and observations? Thanks, man. Well, I mean, when you get a gap, it's like the market maker gets blown out on a spread. Um, that doesn't necessarily mean that price is going to revert back to that level, but psychologically, market participants will target that level. And so you like generally when a gap forms like that, the reason is because the concentration of positioning at that level is already really high. And that positioning was forced out of the money unexpectedly, which, you know, the spread widened rapidly and the market maker was unable to close the spread before spot moved. And so those areas where gaps form tend to already have really high positioning concentration, which means that the likelihood of mean reverting back to them is very high regardless. Um, and then on top of that, you get, you know, market participants want to target that level because they buy into gap theory being a thing. Now, big gaps in like futures and stuff where there's real significant loss, then yes, the act of hedging off those losses generally pulls price back to mean where the gap formed. That's why you don't see a lot of persistent gaps in futures, but there's gaps all over SPX that just stay there forever. I mean, they'll usually sell your contract if you blow up your maintenance margin. They'll sell it usually long before you blow up the entirety of your maintenance margin, but you can set like fixed drawdowns on your account. As a matter of fact, if you frequently trade futures, it's a good idea to always have like a max loss on your account for the day. so that the broker flattens all your contracts if you hit your max loss. Because you can get blown up really, really, really fucking fast if you're trading futures with multiple contracts. So you're trading like 10 ES at a time, and you get, a 30-point dump. Just like on some nasty news or something. That's like $15,000 gone, like that one candle. Happened last week. I had like a little test fucking ES account that I was running. And it fucking just blew up. And depending what you're trading, I mean, ES is way more stable than a lot of other things, but in oil, that shit happens all the time. It's 10 years of Gamma Strike, yeah. What's up, Renzer? 15k is chump change. I don't need reminding. I fucking I fucking went to sleep with like open CL contracts like a couple of weeks ago, and I woke up like a few minutes after futures reopened in like a cold sweat, and I'd already lost like 40 grand. The market didn't even move that much. Don't fuck with futures if you don't know what you're doing. It's okay, Sistani. Oil's totally gonna get back to 73 one day. I, I'm still waiting. I don't know. It did bounce, so my losses are not as bad as they were. But if you can't carry it, you just get closed out. Overnight maintenance on CL is 52,000 a contract, or 5,200 a contract. Right now, it changes pretty often though. Fluctuates depending on volatility in the oil market. Define carry it. Hold it till you don't have a loss anymore. It's like a stock, right? I don't like Bookmap that much. shit. 1 second. I forgot. I gotta bounce. I gotta take my mom over to the doctor's. And I'm running a bit late. So, do you guys want me to leave this running? Like, do you want me to leave, like, GS? GS up? Yeah. Tell us which contracts are gonna 10x before end of day. It's the same shit. 72's resistance, 63 support. Make up your mind. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.